as powers spiritual. But though pious zeal had much to do with this action, as often informed Warner, it was not devoid of worldly motives. He desired the glory of being the discoverer of the gods. He desired also the consolidation of the rule which his cruelties had shaken, that must result from their advent. All this was well enough, but he had never even dreamed that the first step of these newborn divinities would be to discard the ancient ceremonial without which his office would become a sinecure and his power a myth, and even to declare an active hostility against himself. Were they or were they not gods? This was the question that exercised his mind. If there was truth in prophecies, they should be gods. On the other hand, he could discover nothing particularly divine about their persons, characters, or attributes, that is to say, nothing sufficiently divine to deceive Nam himself, whatever impression they produced upon the vulgar. Thus Wana might be no more than a very beautiful woman, white in color, and Otter only what he knew him to be through his spies, a somewhat dissolute dwarf. That they had no great power was also evident, seeing that he, Nam, without incurring the heavenly vengeance, had been able to abstract, and afterwards to sacrifice comfortably, the greater number of their servants. Another thing which pleaded against their celestial origin was that so far, instead of peace and prosperity blessing the land as it should have done immediately on their arrival, the present season was proving itself the worst on record, and the country was face to face with a prospect of famine in the ensuing winter. And yet, if they were not gods, who were they? Would any human beings in their senses venture among such people as the children of the mist, merely to play off a huge practical joke of which the finale was likely to be so serious to themselves? The idea was preposterous, since they had nothing to gain by so doing, for Nam, it may be observed, was ignorant of the value of rubies, which to him were only emblems employed in their symbolical ceremonies. Think as he would, he could come to no definite conclusion. One thing was clear, however, that it was now very much to his interest to demonstrate their non-celestial origin, though to do so would be to stultify himself and to prove that his judgment was not infallible. Otherwise, did the gods succeed in establishing their power, he and his authority seemed likely to come to a sudden end in the jaws of that monster, which his order had fostered for so many generations. Thus reflected Nam in perplexity of soul, wishing to himself the while that he had retired from his office before he was called upon to face questions so difficult and so dangerous. I must be patient, he muttered to himself at last. Time will show the truth, or, if the weather does not change, the people will settle the matter for me. As it chanced, he had not long to wait, for just then there was a knock upon his door. Enter, he said, arranging his goatskin robe about his broad shoulders. A priest came in bearing a torch, for there was no window to the chamber, and after him 2 women. Who is this? Said Nam, pointing to the second of the women. This is she who is servant to Aca, father, answered the priest. How comes she here? Said Nam again. I gave no orders that she should be taken. She comes of her own free will, father, having somewhat to say to you. Fool, how can she speak to me when she does not know our tongue? But of her presently, take her aside and watch her. Now, Saga, your report. First, what of the weather? It is grey and pitiless, father. The mist is dense and no sun can be seen. I thought it, because of the cold, and he drew his robe closer round him. A few more days of this, and he stopped, then went on. Tell me of Jal, your lord. Jal is as Jal was, merry and somewhat drunken. He speaks our language very ill, yet when he was last in liquor he sang a song which told of deeds that he, and he whom they name the Deliverer, had wrought together down in the south, rescuing the goddess Aca from some who had taken her captive. At least, so I understood that song. Perhaps you understood it wrong, answered Nam. Say, niece, do you still worship this god? I worship the god Jal, but the man, dweller in the waters, I hate, she said fiercely. Why, how is this? But 2 days gone you told me that you loved him, and that there was no such god as this man, and no such man as this god. That was so, father, but since then he has thrust me aside, saying that I weary him, and courts a handmaid of mine own, and therefore I demand the life of that handmaiden. Nam smiled grimly. Perchance you demand the life of the god also. Yes, she replied without hesitation, I would see him dead if it can be brought about. Again Nam smiled. Truly, niece, your temper is that of my sister, your grandmother, who brought 3 men to sacrifice because she grew jealous of them. Well, well, these are strange times, and you may live to see your desires satisfied by the death of the god. Now, what of that woman? How comes she to be with you? She was bound by the order of Aca, father, and Jal was set to watch her, but I drugged Jal, and loosing her bonds I led her down the secret way, for she desires to speak to you. How can that be, niece? Can I then understand her language? Nay, father, but she understands ours. Had she been bred in the land she could not speak it better. Nam looked astonished, and going to the door he called to the priest without to lead in the stranger. You have words to say to me, he said. Yes, Lord, but not before these. That which I have to say is secret. Nam hesitated. Have no fear, Lord said so, reading his thoughts. See, I am unarmed. Then he commanded the others to go, and when the door had closed behind them, he looked at her inquiringly. Tell me, Lord, who am I? Asked so, throwing the wrapping from her head and turning her face to the glare of the torchlight. How can I know who you are, wanderer? Yet, had I met you by chance, I should have said that you were of our blood. That is so, Lord, I am of your blood. Cast your mind back and think if you can remember a certain daughter whom you loved many years ago, but who through the workings of your foes was chosen to be a bride to the snake. And she paused. Speak on, said Nam in a low voice. Perchance you can recall, Lord, that, moved to it by love and pity, on the night of the sacrifice you helped that daughter to escape the fangs of the snake." "I remember something of it," he replied cautiously, "but tidings were brought to me that this woman of whom you speak was overtaken by the vengeance of the god, and died on her journey." "That is not so, Lord. I am your daughter, and you are none other than my father. I knew you when I first saw your face, though you did not know me." "Prove it, and beware how you lie," he said. "Show me the secret sign, and whisper the hidden word into my ear." Then, glancing suspiciously behind her, so came to him, and made some movements with her hands in the shadow of the table. Next, bending forward, she whispered a while into his ear. When she had finished, her father looked up, and there were tears in his aged eyes. "Welcome, daughter," he said. "I thought that I was alone, and that none of my issue lived anywhere upon the earth. Welcome. Your life is forfeit to the snake, but, forgetting my vows, I will protect you, even at the cost of my own." Then the two embraced each other with every sign of tenderness, a spectacle that would have struck anyone acquainted with their characters as both curious and interesting. Presently Naum left the chamber, and having dismissed the attendant priest and his great-niece, Saga, who were waiting outside, he returned and prayed his daughter to explain the reason of her presence in the train of Aca. "First, you shall swear an oath to me. My father said so, and if you swear it not, I will tell you no word of my story. You shall swear by the blood of Aca that you will do nothing against the life of that queen with whom I journeyed hither. For the others, you may work your will upon them, but her you shall not harm." "Why should I swear this, daughter?" he asked. "You shall swear it because I, whom you love her, and also because so you shall gain the greater honor." "Who am I that I should lift my hand against the gods, daughter? I swear it by the blood of Aca, and if I break my oath, then may Jal deal with me as once he dealt with Aca." Then so went on freely, for she knew that this was a vow that could not be broken. Beginning at its commencement, she told him all the story of her life since, 40 years ago, she had fled from among the people of the mist, passing on rapidly, however, to that part of it which had to do with the capture and rescue of Wana from the slave traders, and with the promise that she had made to Leonard as the price of his assistance. This promise, she was careful to explain, she had not intended to fulfill until she was forced to do so by Wana herself. Then she gave him a minute history of the object and details of their expedition, down to her final quarrel with Leonard and her mistress on the previous day. To say that the old priest was thunderstruck at these extraordinary revelations would be too little. He was overwhelmed, so overwhelmed that for a while he could scarcely speak. "It is fortunate for this jade of a mistress of yours, who dares to make a mockery of our goddess that she may steal her wealth, that I have sworn to save her from harm, daughter," he gasped at length, "else she had died, and swiftly. At least, the others remain to me," and he sprang to his feet. "Stay a while, father said so, catching his cloak. "What is your plan?" "My plan? To drag them to the temple and denounce them." What else is there to do? And thereby denounce yourself also, who proclaimed them gods. I think I have a better. Tell it then, daughter. It is this. Do you pass in before the gods this day, speak humbly to the gods, praying them to change the face of the heavens that the sun may shine, telling them also that strange talk has come to your ears by the mouth of Saga and the other women, of words that have been spoken by the god Jal, which would seem to show that he is no god, but that of this you believe nothing as yet. Then say to them that if the face of the heavens remains grey on the morrow, you will know that this talk is true, and that they will be brought to the temple, there to be judged and dealt with according to the finding of the people, who have heard these things also. And what if the weather should change, daughter? It will not change yet a while, but if that should chance, we must make another plan. Just now I swore to you that I would not harm her whom you love, and yet, daughter, if she is proved to be a false goddess in the face of all the multitude, how shall she escape harm, for then her end must be quick and terrible. She shall escape because she will not be there, father. You have seen the white man with her, not the deliverer, the other. Were that man dressed in the robes of Aca, and sat on high upon the head of the statue when the light is low, who should say that he was not Aca? Then you would give all the others to death, daughter. Nay, I would save the deliverer alive, for a while at least. And wherefore? You are too subtle for me. For this reason, father, he loves her who is named Aca, and trusts to marry her fully according to the custom of his people, therefore I would that he should see her given to another. To another. To whom then? To Olfan the king, who also loves her. Now Nam held up his hands in perplexity, saying, O, my daughter, be plain, I pray of you, for I cannot understand your counsels. Were it not better to give to these people the red stones which they desire, and send them secretly from the land, saying that they had vanished into the earth again? For so it seems to me we should be rid of much shame and trouble. Listen, my father, and I will tell you. Were she whom I love to leave this land, I should see her face no more, and this madness has come upon me that I cannot live without the sight of her. Also, how can these people escape the dangers of the road? But 4 of them are left alive, and even were they without our borders, they must journey for 3 months before they come to any place where white men live, passing through swamps and deserts and tribes of wild men. This they could hardly do with arms such as those whereby the deliverer slew the priests, and now their arms are gone, you alone know where, my father. The instruments of which you speak lie in the deep waters of the temple pool, daughter, for there I caused them to be cast. Their arms are gone, said so, they are alone, here they must live or die. 3 of them I will give to death, and the 4th I would make the wife of the king, seeing that nothing better can be done for her. Let her be hidden a while, and then let Olfan take her. As for the tale that we shall tell of the matter to the ears of the people, doubtless time will show it. I say that Olfan loves her and will buy her with a great price, and the price which you must ask shall be that henceforth he obeys you in everything. The scheme is good, daughter, at the least, bearing my oath in mind. I have none better, though were it not for my oath, either I should kill them all or set them free. Yet who can say that it shall succeed? It is in the hands of fate, let it go as fate wills. And now follow me, that I may place you where you shall dwell in comfort. Then after we have eaten I will speak with these gods whom you have let loose upon us. That morning passed heavily enough to the 4 wretched prisoners in the palace. For some hours they sat together in the throne room almost silent, for they were crushed by misfortune and fear. The toils were closing on them, and they knew it, nor could they lift a finger to save themselves. Francisco knelt and prayed. Leonard and Juana sat hand in hand listening to him, while Otter wandered to and fro like an unquiet spirit, cursing so, Saga, and all women in many languages and with a resource and vigor that struck his hearers as unparalleled. At length he vanished through the curtains, to get drunk probably, Leonard reflected. However, the dwarf sought not drink, but vengeance. A few minutes later, hearing screams in the courtyard, Leonard ran out to find himself witness to a curious scene. There on the ground, surrounded by a group of other women, her companions, who were laughing at her discomfiture, lay the stately Saga, bride of the snake. Over her stood her lord and master, the god Jal, his left hand twisted in her long hair, while with his right, in which he grasped a leather thong, despite her screams and entreaties, he administered to her one of the soundest and, be it added, best deserved thrashings that ever fell to the lot of erring woman. "What are you doing?" said Leonard. "I am teaching this wife of mine that it is not well to drug a god," gasped Otter, then added with a final and most ferocious cut, "There, get you gone, witch, and let me see your ugly face no more." The woman rose and went, cursing and weeping, while the dwarf followed Leonard back into the throne room. "You have done it now, Otter," said Leonard. "Well, it does not much matter. I fancy she is gone for good, anyway." "Yes, Buzz, she has gone, and she has gone sore," replied Otter with a faint grin. At that moment a messenger arrived announcing that Nam was without waiting for an audience. "Let him be admitted," said Juana with a sigh, and seated herself on one of the thrones, Otter clambering into the other. They had scarcely taken their places when the curtains were thrown back and the ancient priest entered, attended by about a score of his fellows. He bowed himself humbly before Juana and the dwarf and then spoke. "Oh, ye gods," he said, "I come in the name of the people of the mist to take counsel with you. Why it is we do not know, but things have gone amiss in the land. The sun does not shine as in past years before you came to bless us, neither does the grain spring. Therefore your people are threatened with a famine, and they pray that you may comfort them out of the store of your wisdom. And if we have no comfort to give, Nam, then, Queen, the people ask that you will be pleased to meet them tomorrow in the temple at the moonrise, when the night is 1 hour old, that they may talk with you there through the mouth of me, your servant. And if we weary of your temple and will not come, Nam, asked Juana. Then this is the command of the people, Oaca, that we bring you thither, and it is a command that may not be disobeyed," answered the high priest slowly. "Beware," Nam replied Wana, "strange things happen here that call for vengeance. Our servants pass away like shadows, and in their place we find such weapons as you carry," and she pointed to the priest's knives. "We will come tomorrow night at the rising of the moon, but again I say to you, beware, for now our mercy is but as a frayed rope, and it were well for you all that the cord should not break. Ye know best whither your servants have wandered." "Oaca," said the priest, stretching out his hands in deprecation, and speaking in a tone of which the humility did not veil the insolence, "for true gods such as ye are can guard their servants. We thank you for your words, O ye gods, and we pray you to be merciful to us, for the threats of true gods are very terrible. And now one little word. I ask justice of you, O ye gods. She who was given to be bride of the snake, my niece who is named Saga, has been cruelly beaten by some evildoer here in the palace, as I know, for but now I met her bruised and weeping. I ask of you then that ye search out this evildoer and punish him with death or stripes. Farewell, O ye high gods." Leonard looked at the priest as he bowed humbly before the thrones, and a desire to take Otter's advice and kill him entered his heart, for he knew that he had come to drag them to their trial and perhaps to doom. He still had his revolver, and it would have been easy to shoot him, for Nam's broad breast was a target that few could miss. And yet, what could it help them to shed his blood? There were many to fill his place if he died, and violence would certainly be answered with violence. No, he would let him be, and they must bide their fate. Chapter 8. Wana prevaricates. The morrow drew towards its evening. Like those that had gone before it, this day had been misty and miserable, only distinguished from its predecessors by the fall of some sharp showers of sleet. Now, as the afternoon waned, the sky began to clear in its accustomed fashion, but the bitter wind sweeping down the mountains, though it drove away the fog, gave no promise of any break in the weather. At sunset Leonard went to the palace gates and looked towards the temple, about the walls of which a number of people were already gathering, as though in anticipation of some great event. They caught sight of him, and drew as near to the gates of the palace as they dared, howling curses and shaking their fists. "This is a foretaste of what we must expect tonight, I suppose," said Leonard to Francisco, who had followed him, as they retreated across the courtyard. "We are in trouble now, friend. I do not so much care for my own sake, but it breaks my heart to think of Wana. What will be the end of it, I wonder? For me, Outram, the end will be death, of that I am sure. Well, I have long expected it, and I am ready to die. What your fate will be I cannot say, but as to the Senora, comfort yourself, for many weeks I have had a presentiment that she will escape safely." "In that case I am ready enough to go," answered Leonard. "Life is as dear to me as to other men, but I tell you, Francisco, that I would pay mine down gladly tonight as the price of her deliverance." "I know it, Outram, we are both of one mind there," and perhaps before many hours are over we shall be called upon to practice what we preach." By now they had reached the throne room, where Otter, who for the last 20 hours had been quite sober, was squatted on the floor at the foot of his throne, a picture of repentant misery, while Warner walked swiftly up and down the long room, lost in reflection. "Any news, Leonard?" she said as they came in. "None, except that there are great preparations going on yonder," and he nodded towards the temple. "Also a mob is howling at the gates." "Oh," groaned Otter, addressing Wana, "cannot you, who are named Shepherdess of the Heavens, prophesy to these people that the weather will break, and so save us from the snake?" "I can prophesy," she answered, "but it will not change tonight, nor, I think, tomorrow. However, I will try." Then came a silence. Nobody seemed to have anything to say. It was broken by the entrance of Ulfin, whose face showed the disturbance of his mind. "What passes, Ulfin?" asked Wana. "Queen," he answered sadly, "there is great trouble at hand. The people rave for the blood of you, their gods. Nam told you that ye are summoned this night to confer with the people. Alas! I must tell you otherwise. This night ye will be put upon your trial before the council of the elders." "That we guessed, Ulfin, and if the verdict goes against us, what then?" "Alas, that I must say it." "Then, Queen, you will be hurled, all of you, into the pool of the snake, to be food for the snake. Cannot you protect us, Ulfin?" "I cannot, O Queen, except with my own life. The soldiers are under my command indeed, but in this matter they will not obey me, for the priests have whispered in their ears, and if the sun does not shine they too must starve next winter. Pardon me, Queen, but if you are gods, how is it that you need help from me who am but a man? Cannot the gods then protect themselves and be avenged upon their enemies?" Wana looked despairingly at Leonard, who sat by her side pulling at his beard, as was his fashion when perplexed. "I think that you had better tell him," he said in English. "Our situation is desperate. Probably in a few hours he will know us to be impostors. Indeed, he guesses it already. It is better that he should learn the truth from our own lips. The man is honest, moreover, he owes his life to us, though it is true that were it not for us he would never have been in danger of his life. Now we must trust him and take our chance. If we make a mistake, it does not greatly matter, we have made so many already." Wana bowed her head and thought a while, then she lifted it and spoke. "Ulfin," she said, "are we alone? That which I have to say must be overheard by none." "We are alone, Queen," he answered, glancing round, "but these walls have ears. Ulfin, draw near." He obeyed, and leaning forward she spoke to him almost in a whisper, while the others clustered round to hear her words. "You must call me Queen no more," she said in a voice broken with humiliation. "I am no goddess, I am but a mortal woman, and this man," and she pointed to Otter, "is no god, he is only a black dwarf." She paused, watching the effect of her words. An expression of astonishment swept across the king's face, but it was her boldness rather than the purport of her speech that caused it. Then he smiled. "Perhaps I have guessed as much," he answered. "And yet I must still call you by that name, seeing that you are the queen of all women, for say, where is there another so lovely, so brave, or so great? Here at least there are none." And he bowed before her with a stately courtesy that would have become any European gentleman. Now it was Leonard's turn to look astonished. There was nothing in the king's words to which he could take objection, and yet he did not like their tone, it was too full of admiration. Moreover, it seemed to him that Ulfin was not in the least disappointed to discover as a fact that Juana was only a woman, a supposition which was fully established by his next speech. "I am glad to learn from your own lips, Queen, that you are no goddess, but a mortal lady, seeing that goddesses are far away and we men must worship them from afar, whereas women, we may love." And again he bowed. "My word," said Leonard to himself, "this king is setting himself up as my rival. I almost wish I had put things on a more satisfactory footing, but of course it is absurd. Poor Juana." As for Juana herself, she started and blushed. Here was a new trouble, but however disagreeable it might prove to be, now was no time to show displeasure. "Listen, Ulfin," she said, "this is not an hour for pretty speeches which mean nothing, for it seems that before the light dawns again I may well be dead and far beyond all love and worship. This is our tale. We came to your land to seek adventures, and also to win those red stones that you name the blood of Aca, which among the white people are much prized as ornaments for their women. That is why I, who am a woman, urged the deliverer to undertake this journey, and it is because of my folly that now we stand in danger of our lives." "Your pardon, Queen," said Ulfin bluntly, "but I would ask you one question before you tell me the end of your tale. What is this white man to you?" Now Juana was in a cleft stick. If she said that Leonard was nothing to her, it might possibly be better for him, though it was doubtful whether Ulfin would believe her. If, on the other hand, she said that he was her husband, it might be better for herself, and protect her from the advances of this dignified savage, but against this course her pride revolted. Had she not always indignantly repudiated the validity of that hateful marriage, and though she loved him, were not she and Leonard in a sense at daggers drawn? Still she must decide, and quickly. Her common sense told her that under the circumstances it was her pride which must give way. "He is my husband," she said boldly. Ulfin's face fell. Then a look of doubt came into it, for Juana's mode of life, every detail of which was known to him, seemed to contradict her statement. Seeing that he did not believe her, Juana plunged still deeper into the mire. "He is my husband," she said again. "This man," and she pointed to Francisco, "who is a priest among us, married us according to our customs some 6 moons since, and Otter yonder was witness to the marriage." "Is this so?" asked Ulfin. "It is so, King," replied Francisco. "I married them, and they are man and wife." Yes, it is so put in Otter, for I saw it done, and we celebrated a great sacrifice in honor of that wedding feast. I would that we could have such another here tonight." "Fear not," Dwarf answered Olfen with a touch of irritation, "you will see enough of sacrifices before all is ended." Then a new thought struck him, and he added, "You say that the deliverer is your husband, Queen, and these men bear witness to it, all except your lord himself. Now tell me one thing more, do you love him and would you be sorry if he died?" Wana's brow burnt red as the ruby stone upon it, for with the exception of her black robe she was prepared to proceed to the temple. But there was no help for it now, she must speak clearly, however much it shamed her to do so, lest Olfen might take her silence as a hint, and the husband for whom she disavowed affection should be removed from her life forever. "You have little right to put such a question to me, King, yet I will answer it. I love him, and if he died I should die also." Leonard suppressed an exclamation with difficulty, for here was Wana appearing in a new light indeed. "I am answered," Queen said Olfen in tones of deep depression. "Now, if it pleases you, will you end your tale?" "There is not much to tell," replied Wana, heaving a sigh of relief, for this cross-examination as to her exact relations with Leonard had been somewhat trying. "The woman So, my servant, is of your people, indeed, she is a daughter to Nam the priest, and fled the land 40 years ago because she was destined to the snake." "Where is she now?" interrupted Olfen, looking round. "We do not know. Last night she vanished as our other servants have vanished. Perhaps Nam knows, and if so you may see her again soon." "Proceed, Queen." "After the deliverer and I were married, So, who had been my nurse for many years, told us of the great people her brethren, among whom she wished to die. May her desire be gratified, put in Otter. And said that if we would escort her thither we could buy many such stones as that upon my brow, which she had brought with her from this country and given to me. Then it was that I, desiring the playthings, tormented my husband till he consented to lead me hither, though his own heart spoke against it. So we came, and the journey was long and terrible, but at last we reached the cliff yonder which borders the land of mist, and it was then for the first time, when it was too late to go back, that So told us the tale of the gods of your people, and showed us that either we must do sacrilege and feign to be those gods come back, as the prophecy promised, or perish miserably. Indeed this was her plot, to set up false gods over you, having first told the secret to the priests that she might gain honor with them and save herself alive. And now, Olfen, that is all the tale. We have played the game and we have lost, or so it seems, that is, unless you help us." And she clasped her hands and looked upon him pleadingly. The king dropped his eyes as though he were not willing to contemplate the loveliness which, as he now learned, belonged to the white stranger at Wana's side. "Have I not said that my power is little, Queen?" he answered somewhat sullenly. "Also, why should I help those who came to this land to trick us, and who have brought the anger of the gods upon its children? Because we saved your life, Olfen, and you swore to be loyal to us. Had it not been for you, Queen, my life would not have been in danger. Moreover, I swore fealty to gods, and now the gods are mortals, upon whom the true gods will be avenged. Why then should I help you? Because we have been friends, Olfen. You shall help us for my sake. For your sake, Queen, he said bitterly, for your sake, who tell me that you are this man's wife and that you love him to the death. Nay, this is much to ask. Had it been otherwise, had you been unwed and willing to look upon me, the king of this land, with favor, then doubtless I had died for your sake if there were need. But now, have you then no better reasons to show why I should risk my life for you and for these men? I have 2 more reasons, King, and if they are not enough, then leave us to our fate, and let us, who must prepare to die, waste no more breath in words. The first is that we are your friends and have trusted you, saving your life at the danger of our own and telling you this tale of our own free will. Therefore, in the name of friendship, which you should hold sacred, who are no common man but a king, we demand your help, we who have put our lives in the hollow of your hand, knowing that you are of noble mind and will not betray us. The second is that our interest is your interest, we strive against Nam and the priests, and so do you. If Nam conquers us today, tomorrow it will be your turn, and the snake, whose fangs we must feel, shall in days to come feed upon you also. Now is the hour of destiny for you and your descendants. Cling to us and break the yoke of Nam and the priests, or desert us and bind that yoke upon your shoulders to your doom. I have spoken, choose. Olfen thought a while and answered, truly your mind is great, Queen, and sees far into the darkness of things such as our women have no knowledge of. You should have ruled this country and not I, for then by now Nam, who is my master, would have begged his daily bread at the gates of your palace, and the priests his servants had become the hewers of your wood and the drawers of your water. But I will not talk to you of policy, for time is short. Nay, I will deal with your first reason and that alone. You have conjured me in the name of friendship and of my oath, and by the memory of service done, and not in vain. I am a man different from that race of men of whom you are, a wild chief of a wild tribe, having little wisdom, yet I have learned these things, never to break a promise, never to desert a friend, and never to forget a service. Therefore, because I swore fealty to you, because you are my friend, and because you saved my life, I will protect you to the last, though it may well chance that I can do nothing except die for you. For, Queen, although you can be naught to me while yonder man lives, still I am ready to give my life for you. As for the others, I will say this only, that I will not harm them or betray them. Now I go to speak with certain of the great men who are friends to me and hate the priest, so that when this matter comes on for judgment they may lift up their voices in your favor, for nothing can be done except by policy, that is, not now. Shortly I will return to lead you to the temple. Till then, farewell. And he bowed and was gone. When the curtain had swung to behind Olfen, Wana sank back in her chair and sighed, but Leonard sprang up and said, Wana, that savage is right, you should have been a queen. I know what it must have cost you to say what you did. Pray, to what do you refer, Leonard? She said, interrupting him coldly. I mean about our being married and the rest. Oh, yes. Well, you see, it is sometimes necessary to tell white lies, and I think that after tonight I am entitled to a prize for general proficiency in this respect. Of course, she added, dropping her sarcastic tone, you will not misinterpret anything that I was forced to say to Alphen with reference to yourself, because you know that those statements were the biggest fibs of all. Just then, had it been needful, I should have been prepared to swear that I was married to Otter and deeply attached to him, or even to the king himself, who, by the way, strikes me as the most satisfactory savage that I have ever come across, in short, as a gentleman. Leonard turned pale with anger. Really, Warner, he said, I think that you might wait until I seek to take some advantage of our friendship and accidental relations before you rebuke me as you think fit to do. It is little short of an insult, and were we in any civilized country I would never speak to you again. Don't get angry, Leonard, she said appealingly, for Warner seemed to have every mood at her command and ready to be assumed at a moment's notice. Perhaps this gift was one of the secrets of her charm, since monotony is a thing to be avoided by women who seek to rule, even the monotony of sweetness. It is very unkind of you, she went on, to speak crossly to me when I am so tired with talking to that savage, and we may all be dead and buried in a few hours. And she looked as though she were going to cry. Leonard collapsed instantly, for Warner's plaintive mood was the one that he could resist the least of any. You would make me angry if I were on my deathbed, he said, that is, when you talk like that. But there it is, I cannot change you, so let us change the subject. Have you any of that poison to spare? If so, you might serve us out a little, we may want it before the evening is over. Warner put her hand to her hair and after some manipulation produced a tiny skin bag, from which she extracted a brown ball of about the size of a rifle bullet. I can afford to be generous, she said with a little laugh, there is enough here to kill 20 of us. Then Leonard took a knife and chipped off 3 fragments from the ball, taking one himself and presenting the other 2 to Francisco and Otter. The priest received it doubtfully, but the dwarf would have none of it. Keep it for yourself, Bars, he said, keep it for yourself. Whatever way I die it shall not be thus. I do not love a medicine that causes men to tie themselves into knots and then turns them green. No, no, first I will face the jaws of the snake. So Leonard took that piece also. Chapter 6. The trial of the gods. Warner had scarcely restored the remainder of her deadly medicine to its hiding place, when the curtains were drawn and Nam entered. After his customary salutations, which on this occasion were more copious than usual, he remarked blandly that the moon had risen in a clear sky. Which means, I suppose, that it is time for us to start, said Leonard gruffly. Then they set out, Warner in her monk-like robe, and Otter in his red fringe and a goatskin cape which he insisted upon wearing. I may as well die warm as cold, Bars, he explained, for of cold I shall know enough when I am dead." At the palace gate Olfen and a guard were waiting, but they found no opportunity of speaking with him. Here also were gathered a great number of priests, who preceded and followed them. The procession being formed, they were led solemnly to a different gate of the temple from that by which they had entered it on their previous visits. On this occasion the secret passages were avoided, and they passed up a broad avenue through the center of the amphitheater, to seats that had been prepared for them on that side of the pool which was furthest from the colossal idol. As before, the temple was crowded with human beings, and their advance through it was very impressive, for the priests chanted as they walked, while the multitude preserved an ominous silence. At first Leonard was at a loss to know why they were placed on the hither side of the pool, but presently he saw the reason. In front of the chairs to be occupied by Wana and Otter, an open space of rock was left, semicircular in shape, on which were set other seats to the number of 30 or more. These seats were allotted to elders of the people, who, as Leonard guessed rightly, had been chosen to act as their judges. The position was selected for the convenience of these elders, and in order that the words they spoke might be heard by a larger proportion of their vast audience. When Wana and Otter were seated, and Leonard and Francisco had taken their places behind them, Nam came forward to address the council and the multitude beyond. "Elders of the people of the mist," he said, "I have conveyed your wishes to the holy gods, who but lately have deigned to put on the flesh of men to visit us their people, namely, that they should meet you here and talk with you of the trouble which has come upon the land. And now the gracious gods have assented to your wish, and behold, they are face to face with you and with this great company of their children. Be pleased therefore to make known what you desire to the gods, that they may answer you, either with their own mouths or by the voice of me, their servant." He ceased, and after a pause, during which the people murmured angrily, an elder rose and said, "We would know of you how it is, O Aca and O Jal, that the summer has deserted the land. Now our strait is very sorry, for famine will come upon us with the winter snows. A while ago, O Aca and O Jal, you changed the worship of this people, forbidding the victims who had been prepared to be offered up at the spring festival, and lo, there has been no spring. Therefore we ask a word of you on this matter, for the people have consulted together, and say by our voice that they will have no gods who kill the spring. Speak, O ye gods, and you, Nam, speak also, for we would learn the reason of these evils, and from you, O Nam, we would learn how it comes that you have proclaimed gods in the land whose breath has destroyed the sunshine." "Ye ask me, O people of the mist," answered Wana, "why it is that the winter stretches out his hand over the slumber of the spring, forbidding her to awake, and I will answer you in few words and short. It is because of your disobedience and the hardness of your hearts, O ye rebellious children. Did ye not do sacrifice when we forbade you to take the blood of men? And have not our servants been stolen secretly away and put to death to satisfy your lust for slaughter? It is for this reason, because of your disobedience, that the heavens have grown hard as your own hearts and will not bless you with their sunshine and their gentle rain, I have answered you. Then again the spokesman of the elders rose and said, We have heard your words, O Aca, and they are words of little comfort, for to sacrifice is the custom of the land, and hitherto no evil has befallen us because of that ancient custom. Yet if there has been offense, it is not we who have offended, but rather the priests in whose hands these matters lie, and as for your servants, we know nothing of them, or of their fate. Now, Nam, make answer to the charges of the gods, and to the questions of the people, for you are the chief of their servants and you have proclaimed them to be true gods and set them over us to rule us. Thus adjured, Nam stood forward, and his mien was humble and anxious, for he saw well that his accusers were not to be trifled with, and that his life, or at least his power, was at stake, together with those of the gods. Children of the mist, he began, your words are sharp, yet I do not complain of them, for, as ye shall learn, my fault has been grievous. Truly, I am the chief of the servants of the gods, and I am also the servant of the people, and now it would seem that I have betrayed both gods and people, though not of my own will. Listen. Ye know the legend that has come down to us, that Aca and Jal should reappear in the land, wearing the shapes of a fair white maiden and of a black dwarf. Ye know also how they came as had been promised, and how I showed them to you here in this temple, and ye accepted them. Ye remember that then they put away the ancient law and forbade the sacrifices. And by the hand of their servant who is named Deliverer, they destroyed 2 of the priests, my brethren, in a strange and terrible fashion. Then I murmured, though they threatened me with death, but ye overruled my words and accepted the new law, and from that hour all things have gone ill. Now I took counsel with my heart, for it seemed wonderful to me that the gods should discard their ancient worship, and I said to my heart, Can these be true gods, or have I perchance been duped? Thenceforward I held my peace, and set myself to watch, and now after much watching, alas! I must say it to my shame, I have discovered that they are no true gods, but wicked liars who have sought to usurp the places of the gods. He paused, and a roar of rage and astonishment went up from the assembled thousands. It has come at last, whispered Leonard into Wana's ear. Yes, it has come, she answered. Well, I expected it, and now we must face it out. When the tumult had subsided, the spokesman of the elders addressed Nam, saying, These are heavy words, O Nam, and having uttered them you must prove them, for until they are proved we will not believe readily that there are human beings so wicked that they dare to name themselves as gods. When you proclaimed these strangers to be Aca and Jal, we accepted them, perhaps too easily and after too short a search. Now you denounce them as liars, but we will not disclaim them whom we have once received till we are sure that there is no room for error. It may chance, Nam, that it would please you well to cast aside those gods who have threatened you with death and do not love you. I should be bold indeed, answered Nam, if I dared to speak as I have spoken, lacking testimony to establish a charge so dreadful as that which I bring against these wanderers. Nor should I seek to publish my own shame and folly were I not forced thereto by knowledge that, did I conceal it, would make me a partner of their crime. Listen, this is the tale of those whom we have worshipped. The fair woman, as she herself told us, is named Shepherdess of the Heavens, and she is the wife of the white man who is named Deliverer, and the dwarf dweller in the waters is their servant, together with the second white man and the others. Dwelling in a far country, these men and women chanced to learn the story of our people, how, I shall show you presently, and also that we find in the earth and use in the ceremonies of our temple certain red and blue stones which among the white people are of priceless value. These they determined to steal, being adventurers who seek after wealth. To this end the shepherdess learned our language, also she learned how to play the part of Aca, while the dwarf, dog that he is, dared to take the holy name of Jal. I will be short, they accomplished their journey, and the rest you know. But, as it happened, none of the stones they covet have come into their hands, except that gem which the shepherdess wears upon her forehead, and this she brought with her. Now, people of the mist, when doubts of these gods had entered into me, I made a plan. I set spies to watch them in the palace yonder, those spies being the wife who was given to the dwarf and her handmaidens. Also, I caused their black servants to be seized and thrown to the snake, 1 or 2 of them at a time, for of this I was sure, that if they had the power they would protect their servants. But, as the snake knows, those men were not protected. Meanwhile reports came to me from the women, and more especially from Saga, the granddaughter of my brother, who was given as a bride to Jal. And this was their report, that the dwarf behaved himself like a cur of low birth, and that when he was in liquor, which was often, he babbled of his doings with the deliverer in other lands, though all that he said they could not tell me because even now he has little knowledge of our tongue. When these tales came to my ears, you may guess, O people of the mist, that if I had doubted before, now my heart was shaken, and yet I had no proof. In my darkness I prayed to the gods for light, and lo! Light came. Among the followers of these wanderers was a woman, and but yesterday this woman visited me and confessed all. 40 years ago she had fled from among our people, I know not why, but she took with her a knowledge of our secrets. It was she who told them of the gods and the story of the gods, and she instructed them how they should deceive us and win the red stones which they desired. But now her heart repents her of the evil, and I will summon her before you, that ye may judge between me and these liars who have brought me to this shame. Bring forth the woman. There was a silence, and so intense was the interest that no sound came from the audience, which watched for the appearance of the witness. Presently so advanced from the shadows at the foot of the colossus, and escorted by 2 priests took her stand in the center of the semicircle of judges. Speak, woman, said Nam. Then so spoke. I am of the people of the mist, she said, as ye may know by looking on me and hearing me. I was the daughter of a priest, and 40 years ago, when I was young and fair, I fled this land for my own reasons, and traveled south for 3 months' journey, till I came to a village on a mighty river, where I dwelt for 20 years earning a livelihood as a doctoress of medicine. Then there came into that village a white man, whose wife gave birth to a daughter and died. I became the nurse of that daughter. She is the woman who sits before you, and her name is Shepherdess. 20 years more went by, and I desired to return to my own land that I might die among my people. I told the tale of my land and of its wealth to the shepherdess and to her husband the deliverer, for I dared not travel alone. Therefore in my wickedness I showed them how they might feign to be the gods of the people of the mist, come back according to the legend, for I saw that the dwarf, the deliverer's servant, was shaped like to the shape of the statue of Jal, who sits in stone above you. Being greedy, they fell into the plan, for above all things they desired to win the precious stones. But when we were come hither the true gods visited me in a dream, so that my heart was troubled because of the evil which I had done, and yesterday I escaped to Nam and told him all the tale which you have heard. That is the story, people of the mist, and now I pray your mercy and your pardon. So ceased, and Leonard, who had been watching the multitude, whispered to Wana, "Speak quickly if you can think of anything to say." They are silent now because of their astonishment, but in another minute they will break out, and then, people of the mist, cried Wana, taking the hint, "You have heard the words of Nam and the words of her who was my servant. They dare to tell you that we are no gods. So be it, on this matter we will not reason with you, for can the gods descend to prove their godhead? We will not reason, but I will say this in warning, put us away if you wish, and it may well chance that we shall suffer ourselves to be put away, since the gods do not desire to rule over those who reject them, but would choose rather to return to their own place. Yet for you it shall be a sad and an unlucky day when ye lift a hand against our majesty, for in going we will leave you that by which we shall be remembered. A. We will bequeath to you 3 things, famine and pestilence and civil war, which shall rage among you and destroy you till ye are no more a people. Ye have suffered our servants to be murdered, and disobeyed our commands, and it is for this reason, as I have told you, that the sun shines no more and the summer will not come. Complete your wickedness if ye will, and let the gods follow by the path that their servants trod. Then, people of the mist, ye shall reap as ye have sown, and death and desolation shall be your harvest. Now for that base slave who has borne false witness against us. Among the many things she has told you, one thing she has left untold, that she is daughter to Nam the priest, that she fled the land because she was chosen bride to the snake, and is therefore an apostate worthy of death. One word also as to Nam, her father, if his tale be true, then he himself is condemned by it, for doubtless he knew all at the beginning, from the lips of his daughter so. Yes, knowing the truth he dared to set up gods in the land whom he believed to be false, trusting thereby to increase his own power and glory, and when these failed him because of his wickedness, then he did not scruple to cry aloud his shame. I have spoken, people of the mist. Now judge between us and let fate follow judgment, for we renounce you. She ended, her face alight with anger and her eyes flashing with excitement, and so great was the power of her eloquence and beauty that it seemed to throw a spell of silence over the hearts of her fierce and turbulent audience, while So slunk back into the shadow and Nam cowered visibly. "It is false, O people," he cried in a voice that trembled with rage and fear. "My daughter told me the tale for the first time at dawn today." His words awoke the audience as it were, and instantly there arose a babel of sounds that rent the very skies. His daughter. He says that she is his daughter. Nam owns his crimes, yelled some. "Away with the false gods," shouted others. "Touch them not, they are true gods and will bring a curse upon us," answered a third party, among whom Leonard recognized the voice of Olfen. And so the clamor went on. For full 10 minutes it raged, till the exhaustion of those that made it brought it to its end, and Wana, who all this while sat silent as some lovely marble statue, became aware that the spokesman of the elders was once more addressing the multitude. "People of the mist," he said, "hold your peace, and hearken to me. We have been chosen judges of this matter, and now, having consulted together, we will give judgment, and you shall be bound by it. As to whether these strangers who are named Aca and Jal are true gods or false, we say no word. But if they are false gods, then surely Nam is guilty with them." Here a shout of assent burst from the audience, and Leonard, watching the high priest, saw him tremble. Yet he went on, "They have told us by the mouth of her who sits before you, that it is because of our offenses that the sun has ceased to shine at their command. Therefore at their command it can be made to shine. Then let them give us a sign, or let them die, if indeed they are mortal, for if they are not mortal we cannot kill them. And this shall be the sign which they must give, if tomorrow at the dawn the mists have vanished and the sun shines red and clear on the snows of yonder mountain, then it is well and we will worship them. But if the morning is cold and mist-laden, then, true gods or false, we will hurl them from the head of the statue into the pit of the snake, there to be dealt with by the snake, or to deal with him as it may chance. That is our judgment, people of the mist, and Nam shall carry it out if need be, for he shall keep his power and his place until all these wonders are made clear, and then himself he shall be judged according to their issue." Now the great mass of the people cried aloud that this was a wise and just saying, but others were silent, for though they did not agree with it they dared not dispute the sentence. Then Wana rose and said, "We have heard your words and we will withdraw to consider them, and by dawn ye shall see us seated on the black one yonder. But whether we will cause the sun to shine or choose to pass to our own place by the path of boiling waters, we do not know, though it seems to me that the last thing is better than the first, for we weary of your company, people of the mist, and it is not fitting that we should bless you longer with our presence. Nevertheless, should we choose that path, those evils which I have foretold shall fall upon you. Olfen, lead us hence." The king stepped forward with his guards and the procession passed back towards the palace solemnly and in silence, for none attempted to bar their way. They reached it safely at exactly 10 o'clock by Leonard's watch. "Now let us eat and drink," said Leonard when they stood alone in the throne room, "for we shall need all our strength tonight." "Yes," answered Wana with a sad smile, "let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." Chapter XXX. Francisco's expiation. When they had finished their meal, which was about as sad an entertainment as can well be conceived, they began to talk. "Do you see any hope?" asked Juana of the other three. Leonard shook his head and answered, "Unless the sun shines at dawn tomorrow, we are dead men." "Then there is little chance of that," Bars groaned Otter, "for the night is as the nights have been for these 5 weeks. No wonder that this people are fierce and wicked who live in such a climate." Juana hid her face in her hands for a while, then spoke. "They did not say that any harm was to come to you, Leonard, or to Francisco, so perhaps you will escape." "I doubt it," he answered. "Besides, to be perfectly frank, if you are going to die, I would rather die with you." "Thank you, Leonard," she said gently, "but that will not help either of us much, will it?" "What will they do with us?" "Throw us from the head of the statue," and she shuddered. "That seems to be their amiable intention, but at any rate we need none of us go through with it alive." "How long does your medicine take to work, Juana?" "Half a minute at the outside, I fancy, and sometimes less." "Are you sure that you will take none, Otter?" "Think, the other end is dreadful." "No, shepherdess," said the dwarf, who now in the presence of imminent danger was as he had been before he sought comfort in the beer pot, brave, ready, and collected. "It is not my plan to suffer myself to be hurled into the pit. Nay, when the time comes I shall spring there of my own free will, and if I am not killed, and an otter knows how to leap into a pool, then if I cannot avoid him I will make a fight for it with that great dweller in the water. Yes, and I go to make ready that with which I will fight." And he rose and departed to his sleeping place. Just then Francisco followed his example, seeking a quiet place in which to pursue his devotions, and thus Leonard and Juana were left alone. For some minutes he watched her as she sat beside him in her white temple dress, her beautiful face looking stern and sad against the dusky background of the torchlight, and a great shame and pity filled his heart. The blood of this girl was on his hands, and he could do nothing to help her. His selfishness had dragged her into this miserable enterprise, and now its inevitable end was at hand and he was her murderer, the murderer of the woman who was all the world to him, and who had been entrusted to his care with her father's dying breath. "Forgive me," he said at length with something like a sob, and laying his hand upon hers. "What have I to forgive, Leonard?" she replied gently. "Now that it is all finished and I look back upon the past few months, it seems to me that it is you who should forgive, for I have often behaved badly to you." "Nonsense, Juana, it was my wicked folly that led you into this, and now you are about to be cut off in the beginning of your youth and in the flower of your beauty. I am your murderer, Juana," and dropping his voice he hesitated, then added, "It may as well out now, for time is short, though I have often sworn that nothing should make me say it, I love you." She did not start or even stir at his words, but sat staring as before into the darkness. Only a pink flush grew upon the pallor of her neck and cheek as she answered, "You love me, Leonard. You forget, Jane Beach." "It is perfectly true, Juana, that I was once attached to Jane Beach, and it is true that I still think of her with affection, but I have not seen her for many years, and I am certain that she has thrown me over and married another man. Most men pass through several affairs of the heart in their early days. I have had but one, and it is done with. When first I saw you in the slave camp I loved you, Warner, and I have gone on loving you ever since, even after I became aware from your words and conduct that you did not entertain any such affection for myself. I know that your mind has not changed upon the matter, for had it done so, you would scarcely have spoken to me as you did today after Ulfin left us. Indeed, I do not altogether understand why I have told you this, since it will not interest you very much and may possibly annoy you in your last hours. I suppose it was because I wished to make a clean breast of it before I pass to where we lose all our loves and hopes. Or find them, said Warner, still looking before her. Then there was silence for a minute or more, till Leonard, believing that he had got his answer, began to think that he would do well to leave her for a while. Just as he was about to rise, Warner made a gentle movement. Slowly, very slowly, she turned herself. Slowly she stretched out her arms towards him, and laid her head upon his breast. For a moment Leonard was astounded. He could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses. Then recovering himself, he kissed her tenderly. Presently Warner slipped from his embrace and said, "Listen to me, Leonard, are men all blind, I wonder, or are you an exception? I don't know and don't want to know, but certainly it does seem strange that what has been so painfully patent to myself for the last 5 or 6 months, should have been invisible to you. Leonard, you were not the only one who fell in love yonder in the slave camp. But you quickly checked my folly by telling me the story of Jane Beach, and of course after that, whatever my thoughts may have been, I did my utmost to hide them from you, with more success, it seems, than I expected. Indeed, I am not sure that I am wise to let you see them now, for though you declare that Jane is dead and buried, she might re-arise at any moment. I do not believe that men forget their first loves, Leonard, though they may persuade themselves to the contrary, when they are a long way from them. Don't you think that we might drop Jane, dear?" he answered with some impatience, for Warner's words brought back to his mind visions of another love scene that had taken place amid the English snows more than 7 years before. "I am sure that I am quite ready to drop her now and forever. But do not let us begin to spar when so little time is left to us. Let us talk of other things. Tell me that you love me, love me, love me, for those are the words that I would hear ringing in my ears before they become deaf to this world and its echoes, and those are the words with which I hope that you will greet me some few hours hence and in a happier land. Leonard, tell me that you love me for today and for tomorrow, now and forever." So he told her that and much more, speaking to her earnestly, hopefully, and most tenderly, as a man might speak to the woman whom he worshipped and with whom he is about to travel to that shore of which we know nothing, though day and night we hear the waves that bear us forward break yonder on its beach. They talked for long, and ever while they talked Warner grew gentler and more human, as the barriers of pride melted in the fire of her passion and the shadow of death gathered thicker upon her and the man she loved. At length her strength gave way utterly and she wept upon Leonard's breast like some frightened child, and from weeping sank into deep slumber or swoon, he knew not which. Then he kissed her upon the forehead, and, carrying her to her bed, laid her down to rest a while before she died, returning himself to the throne room. Here he found Francisco and Otter. "Look, Bars," said the dwarf, producing from beneath his goatskin cloak an article which he had employed the last hour in constructing. It was a fearful and a wonderful instrument, made out of the 2 sacrificial knives that had been left by the priests on the occasion of the kidnapping of the last of the settlement men. The handles of these knives Otter had lashed together immovably with strips of hide, forming from them a weapon 2 feet or more in length, of which the curved points projected in opposite directions. "What is that for, Otter?" said Leonard carelessly, for he was thinking of other things. "This is for the crocodile to eat, Bars. I have seen his brothers caught like that before in the marshes of the Zambesi," replied the dwarf with a grin. "Doubtless he thinks to eat me, but I have made another food ready for him. Ah! Of one thing I am sure, that if he comes out there will be a good fight, whoever conquers in the end." Then he proceeded to fix a hide rope to the handles of the knives, and having made it fast about his body with a running noose, he coiled its length, which may have measured some 30 feet, round and round his middle, artfully concealing its bulk together with the knives beneath his cloak and mooka. "Now I am a man again," Bars the dwarf said grimly. "I have done with drink and such follies to which I took in my hours of idleness, for the time has come to fight. And I shall win, Bars. The waters are my home, and I do not fear crocodiles however big, no, not one bit, for, as I told you, I have killed them before. You will see, you will see. I am afraid that'll do nothing.